like to call to order closed session for May 6, 2026. Let the record show that all council members are present as Councilmember Zita walks in the door. We have no speakers, so we will now adjourn to closed session.
It's 2 minutes early. So sorry.
Alyssa, is this updated beyond yesterday? No. Okay. I think that's the version that you already have. Thank you. And this correct. Okay. Yeah. No more updates. So confused. So confusing. I'm gonna put that thermostat down before I freeze in here.
They already,
How long did they?
that's what Shannon said. Shannon said she already, it's hot in here. Not as warm as it is in Robert's room.
Oh, is it warm in there?
Very warm.
See, someone's got the door open.
You always want it cold.
Thank you.
Aubergine.
If I change you to your desk, could we keep you? And would that be a bad thing? I am chained to my desk. What are you talking about?
Aren't we all? I live here.
hot lights.
Hello.
See,
I think I'm usually the far right.
it's already open.
Oh, beautiful.
So you just,
So you can save it to the desktop.
They have me on the far side.
yeah, you're almost to the.
Oh, that's right, it was last time. Cool.
I'm gonna
Sorry, Corey, what'd you say? After it's there, I do what?
Oh, you can save it to the desktop if you want, or you can just leave it.
So when I move to do my section, I have to move over there.
No, you can do it from over there, right?
Yeah. Do you have? You should have a mouse too.
Sounds good.
You can have this. I think it's just like everybody passes it. Yeah. You don't really need the mouse.
And this is just a reflection of that. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Just bring it over there. I don't have to have it for any reason.
I'm gonna try to sit up here to start unless I get booted. I don't think anyone else is.
What's it called, the presentation view, when I have my slide deck down here, it shows something.
No.
That would do that.
I want to move back.
Like right click,
I could pat.
or you can pick this, because it's also.
So I got some skeleton slides.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? I have one of these.
Okay, if you could drop it over here.
I don't have to do anything today, so you can have it at your station, so we don't have to fumble around, right? John's doing all the heavy lifting to do this meeting.
Yeah.
My item's not that hard. Hopefully, we'll see.
What about your notes though?
I'll just have my laptop.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, you can have your laptop in front like this.
I'll just read off of that, and then this will just be the storyboard.
Perfect.
Cool, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, really? So status quo.
Yeah, that's the only. Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good. You have some speakers here? What you guys thinking of?
They are to be moved back a little bit, just for enough. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Excuse me, I wanted to announce that I've been told that council is running late in the closed session, so they're hoping within 15 minutes. Just FYI.
We're just waiting for the city manager. Okay, good evening, everyone. The May 6, 2026 meeting of the Solana Beach City Council is called to order. Let the record show all council members are present. City Attorney, are there any items to report from closed session?
No, Mayor, no reportable action.
Very good. Please stand and join me in the flag salute. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next is our proclamation and presentation time. And tonight we want to recognize Michael Manriquez for 7 years of exceptional service as our IT director. Michael is going to be moving to Tennessee. We're really sad to see you go, but we know that there are wonderful opportunities there for you and your family. I'm going to tell you a few things about what Michael has accomplished during his time here. We have a wonderful certificate as well here. During COVID, when he was department of one person, Michael kept city operations running and led the pivot to virtual meetings and remote work. Remember those days when that wasn't done before? He modernized our entire technology environment, including Microsoft 365, email domain migration, cybersecurity enhancements, and ongoing employee trainings. During his time here, he completed multiple critical technological upgrades to our city facilities, including the council chambers, City Hall, La Colonia, the EOC, which is the Emergency Operations Center, Marine Safety Headquarters, the fire station, and the Public Works Yard. Michael also successfully led many city improvement projects related to information technology and connectivity, such as the expansion of public Wi-Fi and coastal cameras, the redesign of our city's website, our transition to fiber optic connectivity, AB 707 implementation, which we'll be speaking about later this evening, and a mobile device management system to better support public safety crews throughout Solana Beach. And he did all of this while building incredible relationships with all of his colleagues, serving as a mentor to his staff and leading with kindness in all of his work. His leadership leaves us with a stronger, more modern, and more secure technology foundation. We're grateful, Michael, for your service, and we wish you well in your move to Tennessee. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't prepare a speech, so I'll keep this short and sweet. Thank you so much. The only thing that's coming to mind right now is gratitude. When I came on, I think the last time I stood here and spoke was August of 2019, and I was asked point blank by then Mayor Zito, Azure or AWS, which one are we going into? And I knew right then I was locked in for a serious ride. But yeah, the answer to that, by the way, is yes. So I'll let you chew on that for a while to see what that means. But definitely grateful for the opportunities here. Man, just going down the list in my head. Grateful to God for the time that was given to me for the last 7 years, to be able to use my skills to hopefully bless each and every one of you in this room. I'm grateful to the council for the trust that you imparted with me on day one. You guys just had faith in me from the get-go, and that's something I'll never forget. That's something that I've always appreciated in you. I'm grateful to my fellow directors, Rachel, Angela, everybody. Just, man, there's so many names to list, but I won't go down it. And obviously, I wouldn't have been able to get done half of the things that I accomplished without my core IT team. Miss Bonnie and Mr. Scott, in true IT fashion, are probably watching me from behind the scenes. So thank you both for everything you did. Thank you to Patricia as well. And there's just so many people to thank. So, but I think I also want to give a shout out to my wife as well. When I first started here, we had one baby, and we've now grown to 3. And she definitely was that supporting voice behind everything that I did. Even allowed me to soundboard a lot of the projects that I was coming up with that I was super excited about, and I would just watch her eyes glaze over as she pretended to care. So thank you, Michelle, and for taking care of the kids while we were getting it done around here. I think with that, I just will we'll leave it at that. Turning the page on the next chapter of my life. It's bittersweet, but I think we're leaving everything in a good place. And my dad always taught me to leave things a little bit better than when I picked it up. And hopefully I've done that for everyone here. And I wish you all the best and Godspeed.
Thank you. Indeed, you have.
Thank you.
Michael, a couple council members have some special comments for you. Councilmember Edson?
Yes, well, staying on that gratitude thing, I was the mayor in 2020 that you helped hold hands with from afar to bring us into Zoom and that capability. And the amount of support that you offered then made such a difference. So thank you so much.
And Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I've appreciated all the questions and answers that we've had, and appreciate your technical knowledge and depth, and that's always been very much a benefit to the city. And so I'll miss you from that perspective. But I also just wanted to jump in and say that I'm proud that I have managed to go through all of your fake phishing attacks and never fail a single one yet. So
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but
you're gonna have to find someone to try harder. Thanks.
we'll get you next time.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. I really appreciate everything you've done. And as a Mac person, I know sometimes I've been a little bit of a challenge for you, but you've always been able to figure it out seamlessly and help me to get back online or whatever it is. And I think I have failed a couple of the phishing assignments, but I've learned I haven't failed any for quite a while. So thank you for your tutelage and all your expertise. We're going to miss you, and we thank you and wish you just such a wonderful future with your family in Tennessee, which we know it's hard to replicate the real estate prices in
Yes.
Tennessee here.
Yep.
So we
That's true.
appreciate it. Thank
right.
you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Very good. Okay, we're now on to the approval of the agenda. City Manager, any changes?
No changes this evening. Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Becker, second by Zito. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Do we have any oral communications? Okay, this is the portion of the agenda that provides an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on items relating to city business but not appearing on today's agenda. According to the Brown Act, no action shall be taken by the City Council on public comment items. However, Council may refer items to the City Manager for placement on a future agenda. The maximum time allotted for comments is 3 minutes each. Please watch the lights. Green means go, yellow means you have 1 minute, and red means please conclude. City Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Our first speaker is Alex Jimenez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Alex, and I'm from Maricosta College. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I urge your support for clean air ordinance to protect apartments and condominium residents from unwanted smoke and vape exposures in their home. Smoke does not stay in one unit, it travels, and 65% of the smoke or air that one breathes in is from neighboring units. Secondhand smoke contains toxic chemicals that cause cancer, heart disease, and respiratory illness. It's especially harmful to children and our citizens with health conditions. Third-hand smoke is also the toxic residue that's left on shirts, cabinets, and floors. As a kid, I'd often tag along with my mom cleaning these residencies. Walking into the room, you could feel the air, thick with a stale chemical smell, yellowed walls, and a sticky film clinging to the surfaces. It was stubborn and invasive, and the units never felt quite clean, even after all the hard work we put into it. Beyond health, this is an issue for quality of life. No one should be forced to keep their windows closed, or live with tobacco or marijuana smoke from other people, or worry about the air inside their homes. Housing should be a place for safety and comfort, not a health trap. A smoke-free unit housing ordinance will protect those and the air we share. It would also improve the quality of life and the support growing demand for a smoke-free living situations. I respectfully urge you to support this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thiago Barranco.
Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council members, my name is Thiago Barranco, and I am a student at Maricosta College. I'm here today to ask for your support of a clean air ordinance for multi-unit housing. More than 1 in 3 non-smokers who live in apartments are exposed to unwanted secondhand smoke, including a large number of children who are disproportionately affected. Children exposed to secondhand smoke are more likely to suffer from sudden infant death syndrome, bronchitis, pneumonia, ear infections, and asthma attacks. I'm no stranger to these issues. Spending my early childhood growing up in an apartment complex, I remember battling shortness of breath and waking up in the middle of the night battling for air. Our downstairs neighbors were chain smokers, and it seeped into our apartment day and night. I also remember the neighborhood park littered with cigarette butts and kids attempting to light these butts with the occasional littered dead lighter. Fun fact, cigarette butts are the most littered item on Earth. I have found many of them participating in beach cleanups, either having hosted or just participated. I'm urging for a clean air ordinance that would protect apartment and condo residents from unwanted exposure and would also make our environment cleaner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
And our last speaker is Diana Cutlow.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want you to know you just heard from the Maricosta Student Body President, I believe. He was too modest to say so, but we're lucky to have him here tonight. I just came from the Solana Beach School 100th anniversary celebration, and having been to the library celebration earlier this year, the school celebration, and looking forward to the city celebration, I have to say Solana Beach is looking pretty good for 100 years old, and I congratulate all of you on those various anniversaries coming up. I came tonight to give you a legislative update. I know it's been a little while, but it's a very busy time in legislature and everything is on the clock. So Senator Blake Spear is just wrapped up all of her committee meetings and her bills passed all their committees. But a lot of them are in the suspense file and appropriations, and it will be May 14th when we know which of those bills will come off of suspense. May 18th and 19th, those bills will be heard on the floor of the Senate. And by May 22nd, final amendments have to be made. May 29th, they're out of the Senate and into the other house. So it's a very, very busy month. This year, in light of significant cuts in federal spending, especially because of H.R. 1 that significantly reduces Medi-Cal reimbursements and coverage, as well as cuts in CalFresh and other programs, the budget restrictions will again impact the passage of bills that require additional funding. But the good news is we've just heard that there may be as much as $11 billion more than what was anticipated in the budget at the beginning of the year. Now, a lot of that's already allocated to certain programs like K through 12 and state reserves and debt relief, but there may be some funding available to try to backfill some of these federal cuts. I wanted to thank the City of Solana Beach for your support for 2 of the Senator's bills, specifically SB 1167, which will prevent the sale of high-powered motor vehicles that are not e-bikes from being marketed as e-bikes. We've seen headlines lately about the dangers of those kinds of motor vehicles on the roads. They're not legal there. They shouldn't be sold as e-bikes, and this bill would stop that from happening. I also want to thank you for support for SB 936, the nitrous oxide ban. Very important. I don't know how much of you watched John Oliver, but he did a pretty lengthy segment the other night on what he called gas station drugs. And this is one of those that's being sold for recreational use and is extremely hazardous. The senator has the distinct honor of speaking at the Vatican in May, where she was invited to describe her work in the California State Senate, developing climate resilience solutions with specific examples of legislation and how that's changed the environment here in California. She's then going to help us to facilitate the discussion portion of the annual climate summit in the Vatican. She also recognized about 40 community members for their outstanding volunteer work in April. And her nonprofit of the year is a Solana Beach nonprofit, Somos Tias. We're so proud to be recognizing them up in Sacramento next week. Their work has been incredible, and I was introduced to them right here in a Solana Beach City Council meeting. So thank you for your support of an organization that's making such a change. Lastly, we have 3 events this summer: an e-bike safety webinar, a human trafficking symposium at USD, senior scam stoppers here and in Orange County. People can get information about that on our website, along with the next book group, which is June 27th, and we'll be reading Governor Newsom's book, A Young Man in a Hurry. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That was our last speaker. Great. So now we're on consent, items listed on the consent. Oh, no, excuse me. We're on to mayor's announcements. I almost forgot that. I've got quite a few. Okay. Yes. Public Service Week. I'd like to take a moment to recognize that the week of May 3rd is Public Service Recognition Week. Across every department, our public employees work hard every day to keep our community safe, operational, and thriving, whether maintaining our streets and parks, supporting our public safety teams, serving residents at City Hall, or keeping essential services running smoothly. Their dedication makes a real difference to the quality of life we all enjoy here at Solana Beach. Excuse me, including all the allergies that we're getting right now, excuse me. On behalf of the City Council, I want to express our appreciation for their commitment and professionalism and to thank all those who choose public service as their career. We are grateful for the work they do for our community. Pre-construction on the Los Angeles San Diego double track project. In preparation for the Los Angeles San Diego double track, Sandag will finish the underground utility location project this coming Monday and Tuesday, May 11th and 12th. Working hours are through the night from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. and will require closure of a segment of the CRT near Dahlia, along with one vehicle lane and one bike lane in the northbound direction. Traffic control will be in place, and the contractor will reopen the lanes and the CRT at the end of each shift. Emergency access will remain open. Schedules may change. Questions can be directed to Sandag at losancorridor@sandag.org. Road closure on Santa Dominga. We'd like to inform you that on Wednesday, May 13th, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 2 p.m., the city will be performing road repair work on Santa Dominga through our contractor, Eagle Paving. This work will require a full road closure in front of 433 Santa Dominga during the scheduled work hours. Access to this portion of the roadway will be temporarily restricted to allow the work to be completed safely and efficiently. And I gather all of the residents have been notified of this. Yes, thank you. Bike Month. May is National Bike Month, and we encourage everyone in Solana Beach to get out and enjoy a ride. Bicycling is a clean, healthy, and fun way to get around, and our city continues to support biking through improvements to bike lanes, safety programs, and community events. On May 21st, join Sandag's Bike Anywhere Day and stop by the city and the NCTD pit stop at the Solana Beach train station from 6:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. for some great bike swag. We hope everyone takes part and enjoys Bike Month here in Solana Beach. More information could be found by visiting sandag.org/bike month. Memorial Day celebration. The City of Solana Beach and the VFW Post 5431 will co-host the annual Memorial Day ceremony on Monday, May 25th from 11 a.m. to noon at the La Colonia Park Veterans Honor Courtyard. The event will feature the Camp Pendleton Young Marines as the honor guard, remarks from guest speaker Nico Marcolongo, the VFW Post Commander Guy McDermott, and myself, Mayor Lisa Heapner, along with patriotic music by the Santa Fe Christian School Band. There will also be a special Feathers from Heaven Dove release, tours of the Historical Museum, and light refreshments. The ceremony is free and open to the public. We welcome everyone to join us in honoring our veterans. For more information, please call our Parks and Rec Department at 858-720-4430. The Community Grant Program. The fiscal year 2026-27 Community Grant Program is underway. This annual program aims to foster community services by offering financial assistance to local organizations for new projects or expanded services within Solana Beach. Grant applications are available on the city's website, and the deadline to submit is Friday, May 29th at 5 p.m. For more information, please call 858-720-2436 or search our website for Community Grant 2026. Spring Bulky Item Pickup Day. A reminder, once again, the city has partnered with EDCO to host the Spring Solana Beach Curbside Bulky Item Pickup Day, taking place this Saturday, May 9th, 2026. This gives residents the opportunity to place trash, green waste, and up to 4 bulky items at the curb that would be too large or heavy to put inside collection carts. These items include broken appliances, water heaters, furniture, old mattresses, and other miscellaneous bulky household clutter. To register for this curbside pickup event, residents must call 858-350-8544. Remember to place all items curbside by 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 9th for collection. Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day this Sunday to all Solana Beach moms. And the next council meeting, please note that our next meeting will take place on May 27th rather than our regular every other Wednesday schedule. City Manager, do you have announcements?
Yes, I have one announcement. So in addition to Public Service Week, in May, we have National Public Works Week. And That is May 17th through the 23rd, and this year's theme is Rooted in Service and Powered by Community, which is a perfect reflection of our Public Works team. So we'll be recognizing them at a later council meeting at the end of the month, but we have some fun things planned with city staff, and want to take a moment tonight to acknowledge the work that they do every day to keep our community safe, functional, and vibrant. They recently completed the full refurbishment of our historic Heritage Museum, carefully restoring its roof, structural elements, and surrounding features to preserve this important landmark. They continue to make improvements at Fletcher Cove, including the installation of that lower shower, and they've also finished the major upgrade on Loma Santa Fe on the west side at Solana Hills traffic signal, which is now fully operational and is synchronized now with Caltrans lights. So that will hopefully help the traffic congestion. Also in partnership with our volunteer group, the Seaweeders, they help plant and care for our community gardens and milkweed, quite literally staying to that rooted in service. And those spaces are now welcome to caterpillars and butterflies. So thank you to our Public Works team for all that they do to support our community of Solana Beach. And again, this is just a preview at some of the appreciation that we'll be showing to them through this month.
Very good. All right. Councilmember Becker, you have an announcement?
I do, just really briefly. All Clean Energy Alliance and SDG&E customers can take advantage of an expanded super off-peak pricing. It's now available weekdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Previously limited to March and April, these lower-priced hours are now available throughout the year and reflect when more clean energy is more available on the grid. The pricing is available on CEA and SDG&E residential and commercial time-of-use pricing plans, which offer the lowest electricity prices of the day and are intended to encourage customers to shift energy use when possible. The overnight super off-peak hours remain available on weekdays from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. and on weekends and holidays from 12 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Thank you. And Councilmember Edson.
Yes. So North County Transit District would like everyone to know that they're providing extra northbound trains for Padres fans that will be heading home from Petco Park on via coaster on game days. So May 7th, 9th, and 10th, so this weekend, additional trains will run an hour after the last out, and NCTD offers various transportation services that connect with those coasters.
Very good. All right. Okay, that's great. Now we're on to consent. Items listed on the consent calendar are to be acted upon in a single action of the City Council unless pulled for discussion. Any member of the public may address the City Council on an item of concern on the consent calendar through the City Clerk. Items removed from the consent calendar will be discussed immediately following approval of the consent calendar. City Clerk, have any members of the public pulled an item? Okay, Council, anyone wish to pull an item? All right, may I have a motion to approve consent? Councilmember Edson has made a motion. Councilmember Zito has seconded that.
Yeah, second, I just wanted to make a comment as well,
Yeah.
just noting since we have the fire vehicle purchase on here, just giving a shout out to staff for doing a great job and the city manager and getting through this transition in the fire department. And clearly things are operating very well and continuing to operate very well and smoothly. And it's really nice to see how well the staff and the organization has adapted to this. And also thanks to our interim fire chief as well. Just want to have
very
that call
good.
out.
Thank you. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We're now on to one of two public hearings. City Manager.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Tonight, K1 is our proposed update to the accessory dwelling ordinance. And this item is a routine update that as state legislature passes additional laws related to accessory dwelling units, our city and our staff prepare updates to our ordinance to reflect those state laws. So we have tonight John Delmer, our assistant planner, as well as Ms. Corey Andrews, our interim community development director, as of this week, here to present the items. So John, please proceed.
Oh,
Now?
yeah, that's much better.
Sorry
Thanks,
about
John.
that. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is the introduction of Ordinance 542, which updates the city's accessory dwelling unit regulations. Before beginning the presentation, I would like to note a minor correction within the ordinance, specifically on page 5 of the ordinance under subsection A3M, as shown in the highlighted portion of the screen, should read subsection N, and it will be corrected in the ordinance. Alrighty, so the purpose of the ordinance update is to align the city's ADU regulations with recent changes in state law. The state has adopted numerous ADU-related bills over the past several years that require local agencies to revise and update their municipal code. This ordinance also continues the city's efforts to encourage ADU development, implement housing element goals, and assist with meeting the city's regional housing needs assessment. The proposed ordinance includes both cleanup items and more significant changes. The cleanup items include revisions to government code references, clarification on ministerial review, clarification of fire sprinkler requirements, and relocation of the city's ADU regulations from Chapter 17.20, which is the residential section of the municipal code, to Chapter 17.60, the special regulations of the municipal code. These changes ensure consistency with current state law requirements and improve organization within the city's zoning code. In addition to the cleanup items, the ordinance clarifies the setback limitations for newly constructed ADUs, updates the JADU owner occupancy requirements, revises the number of ADUs allowed on a single-family lot, and changes the way the size limitations and impact fees are calculated. Starting with the setback limitation, updated state law clarifies that local setback standards cannot prevent construction of at least an 800 square foot ADU with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. In most cases within Solana Beach, an 800 square foot ADU can be constructed on site while maintaining the required setbacks. However, this provision ensures that local development standards cannot effectively prohibit the construction of at least an 800 square foot ADU. Under the previous regulations, all JDUs required a covenant to be recorded for owner occupancy, and the updated state law now limits that requirement to situations where the JDU shares sanitation facilities with the primary residence. For example, if the tenant has to walk into the primary dwelling unit to access the bathroom, owner occupancy would be required. And the example on the screen shows a JDU that has its own sanitation facilities or bathroom and would not require the owner occupancy. So on to the ADU size limitation and impact fee calculation. So updated state law clarifies that the size of the ADU should be measured on interior living space rather than how floor area is calculated in Solana Beach, which is to the finished surface of the exterior wall. It should be noted that this change only applies to ADUs and JDUs and does not apply to other structures. As shown with the example on the screen, under the previous regulations, the ADU this example would be approximately 499 square feet, and when measuring from the exterior, and 465 square feet when measured from the interior. This is also how we would calculate the size of the ADU for assessing impact fees. The new state law also increased the amount of ADUs that can be constructed on a single-family lot. Under the previous regulations, the maximum number of total units on a single-family lot would be 3, which consists of the primary unit, 1 converted JADU, and 1 detached ADU. New state law would allow up to 4 units, which consists of the primary, the converted JADU, a converted ADU within the walls of the residence, and a new constructed detached ADU. With that, staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and introduce Ordinance 542 for its first reading. That is the end of my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, John. I'll open the public hearing and we'll go to disclosures. I have nothing to disclose. Councilmember, our Deputy Mayor,
I have nothing to disclose.
Councilmember Zito.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff? Councilmember Zito.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, John, for a great presentation. I guess, wow, it's annoying when the state gets so anal in our way. I mean, this is going to make life complicated. So a very interesting question, and I'm curious if it's clear in the analysis because I did. So you said the state requires calculation of the square footage by the interior area as opposed to the full building structure. And then you also mentioned that we can't, I assume that then is the square footage that's used for the threshold trigger of impact fees of like what you said, was 750 square feet, I think?
That is correct.
Once they trigger it, do we get to use the actual square footage when determining the impact fees, or do we have to use the smaller square footage? Or can we also then use the smaller square foot? Because the state law says the square footage is with respect to the ratio of the primary house. So I assume we can use the interior square footage of the primary house when calculating that ratio as well. Correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So if we're all going to play games, I guess we all get to play games, which is just ridiculous. Let us calculate the way we do.
Yeah.
The other ones I was just kind of curious, and sorry that I didn't think about this ahead of time and perhaps approach staff on it, but there were a couple of statements in the ordinance about that they can do this unless there's one about parking in the setbacks unless it's deemed not okay for fire. And there's also whether or not the structure can also be occupied within a certain amount of the setback unless it's okay for fire. And I'm wondering, are there objective standards, or how do we actually determine that? We just have the fire marshal go out there and say, yeah, this is good. No, this is not good. Well, what has to be done to meet those findings? I don't know if we know that offhand.
I believe that the fire department would be reviewing the plans in terms of being able to access around the building, and usually they require at least a 3-foot walking path around the structure, so they would be looking at that.
Okay, so I mean, so it could be possible though that you could have a zero setback on one side, and as long as you can get by on this other side, but they do it based upon the experience of the person evaluating the plans. There's no objective standards. They're going to say, this is what we need. We need 3-foot access, or do we know that?
Well, I think like in general, the fire department looks at the hose pole access of the
Okay.
property, and so if they could access it from one side or another, that it may be able to still meet the requirements.
Yeah,
But
there are some
Yeah.
Development standards that are
Right.
within the fire code and in the building code for fire purposes that they would be ensuring conformance with. But yes, there are some that as you measure the hose pole, or the ability to address a fire, there's a little bit more subjectivity to that review by that individual.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Edson.
Yes, I have a question, and then I also have a comment, but I can save that one if you'd like.
Yeah, we'll save the comment.
Okay, so question-wise, is there any idea of the amount of staff time that was required to review, adopt, and implement the changes that were mandated by the state for these 14 bills?
I don't have a precise amount of time. John, and in fact, John is one of our lead planners who takes time to review the details of the legislation and go through, make sure that our code is updated. The group as a whole then confers through their weekly meetings as legislation is adopted. It does take quite a bit of time. And then following that, the correspondence that we received from HCD was received in December, and it actually was talking about legislation that hadn't yet even gone into effect. So there was additional correspondence that needed to happen with HCD. It is a lot of time, but that is the allocation of planners in our city to make time to ensure that we are up to date and reflecting state legislation as it's rapidly changing.
And with all of these large number of bills that are coming that are mandated by the state, are there any funds that come with this to cover the cost of the increased staff time?
There are no funds to cover staff time or review by our advising attorneys.
Thank you.
And I have a question. Do we have any idea what percentage of the ADUs that we've approved are actually rented out?
I don't think we know offhand.
No,
Okay.
yeah, we do not.
Yeah, I think my observation is maybe 3%, if that at all. Councilmember McDonald, or Deputy Mayor McDonald.
I just want to make sure that I understood this. So now a JADU doesn't have to have a bathroom?
Correct.
So JDUs could always share a bathroom with the primary residence because they have interior access. Since 2020 at least, they've been allowed to.
That's basically an extra bedroom.
And an deficiency kitchen.
Yeah.
But I will say all the JDUs that we've received so far since 2020 have all had their independent bathroom.
Thank you.
Silver lining in one. Councilmember Zito.
Yeah, just gonna move to close the public hearing.
Thank you. We have a second to close the public hearing, and I'm gathering we don't have any speakers. Okay, thank you. That's a second by
Edson.
Councilmember Edson. Please vote to close the public hearing. That is closed unanimously. Okay, now time for comments. We'll go right to Councilmember Edson.
I should put my. Okay, I've pushed the button. Request
Okay.
to speak. Thank you. So I was thinking of this as I was reading this, and the fact that even with the number of ADUs nearly 30% higher than were anticipated by HCD in cycle 6, the city is still at risk of mid-cycle punishment by HCD, which is just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah.
Yes.
I have a just further comment. It's just this is very frustrating to us because as was pointed out, these are 14 laws that have gone into effect, passed by a distant state legislature who has no idea about the city of Solana Beach or any of the individual cities throughout the state. The purpose of all this is supposedly be to solve our affordable housing crisis, yet none of their laws mandate affordability, and they've taken away all of any incentives that we might have offered in order to get an affordability codicil or a deed restriction on that particular addition of square footage. And what it is that ultimately ended up doing in cities like ours and many throughout the state is adding over and above the maximum FAR floor areas ratio that we have here, 1,000 up to 1,500 even square feet, which if you look at the average price per square foot of what real estate sells for around here, that's adding millions of dollars of value. So it's going in the opposite direction of the intent, I suppose, of what this legislation is. I would prefer to see ADUs be an incentive-based program once again, so that we are able to actually provide some reasonably priced, affordable locations for folks to live here in Solana Beach. But what we are seeing is just overly large homes with what we can see on the plans, additional living space or recreation space. So it's a frustrating thing to see because it's completely out of our hands. I also know that some ADUs have been used spitefully toward neighbors or toward a new neighbor who might otherwise have suggested a couple of alterations, but the ADU portion of that building project cannot be commented upon by a neighbor or the council. So it has turned out to be, I think, a net negative to our community and the intention of what this is all supposed to bring to our city. But we are a city who abides by the law, so we are adopting this ordinance, and I will end my comments with that and go to Councilmember Zito.
Thanks. Guess we have an assumption there, but I would concur with pretty much everything the mayor said, including I think we need to adopt the law in order to adopt the ordinance to stay compliant with the law. That's very important, particularly for a city of our size. To put a little bit of data behind what you said is we did used to produce one affordable housing unit per year, not much, but one per year because of the incentives that we could, and that's gone. So we can't do that anymore. And I do think, this is just an example of where a good idea, I mean, the one advantage of what the state's done that I think a lot of people in our city are taking advantage of, and it's in some ways a good thing, is actually I took advantage of it, being able to build a small unit for my parents to live in, and which I couldn't have done before under our previous regulations very easily. But then they just blow it all out of proportion. I mean, just let it stay within the existing zoning. Let it stay within some local control, because it's the local agencies that know what's best for their town. And we've lost all of that. And you did a good job explaining all the consequences of that. So with that, I'll begrudgingly make a motion to introduce ordinance 542 as outlined in the staff report.
Very good. And I think I'll begrudgingly second that. I see no other speakers up on the board, so I will call for the vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. We're now on to item K2, City Manager.
Yes, item number K2 is outdoor dining. We've brought this item back to you, if you recall, as you adopted the original outdoor dining ordinance earlier this year. There was a request for staff to come back with a proposed fee schedule for any outdoor dining that would take place on public property, so public rights of way, sidewalks, parking lots, etc. Additionally, there was a request as we concluded that item to look at the definition of overhead structures. And so staff has done that and working with the subcommittee of Councilmember Zito, Councilmember Edson, has brought forward a proposal for you to consider tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to John Delmer again to present this item.
Thank you. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. The item before you tonight is to consider establishing a licensing fee for outdoor dining within public spaces and the introduction of Ordinance 543, clarifying allowable shade structures within outdoor dining areas. I'll begin by providing a brief background on the effort to implement a licensing fee for the use of public space. In January 2026, the City Council adopted Ordinance 533, which updated the city's outdoor dining regulations based on the feedback from council, the outdoor dining subcommittee, and the business liaison group. At that meeting, council directed staff to return with a proposed licensing fee program for the use of the public space. In March, staff met with the subcommittee to develop the proposed fee structure, and in April, the proposal was presented to the business liaison group, which expressed support for the item as currently proposed. And tonight, staff is requesting adoption of Resolution 2026-044, establishing the license fee. So in developing the proposed fee, staff and the subcommittee considered several factors. First, Solana Beach is a coastal community where public sidewalks and parking areas are highly valuable and in high demand. And second, the fee should balance the private benefit received by businesses with the public benefit provided to the community. Staff also considered support for local business and tourism while ensuring the city can recover a portion of the maintenance and enforcement costs associated with the outdoor dining areas. Staff reviewed fee structures from neighboring coastal communities, all of which utilize a per square foot annual fee model. As shown in the first row of the table, Del Mar charges approximately 21 per square foot annually, San Diego 25, and Encinitas charges approximately 31. After much consideration of the information provided by staff, the subcommittee felt that recommending a $20 per square foot annual fee for council consideration would be a reasonable rate to address cost recovery, be competitive and consistent with other jurisdictions, while encouraging outdoor dining in the community. The remaining rows show an example of what the annual licensing fee would be for several existing outdoor dining establishments under each jurisdiction's fee schedule or structure. This diagram illustrates how the outdoor dining leased area would be calculated for the purposes of the licensing fee. And the area subject to the fee includes the entire outdoor dining footprint, including service stations and accessibility ramps, while excluding the required 4-foot pedestrian access path from the sidewalk to the business entrance. And staff recommends the fee become effective January 1, 2027, and be collected with the annual business certificate renewal. The delayed implementation would provide businesses approximately 6 months to prepare for the fee, and the fee would also be subject to the annual CPI-based adjustments consistent with the other city fees, capped at 2.5% annually. So moving on from the licensing and to Ordinance 543, the intention of the ordinance is to clarify what types of overhead shade structures are allowed in outdoor dining areas, specifically within public spaces. The ordinance permits temporary shade elements such as umbrellas and canopies, while prohibiting permanent overhead structures in the public space. Permanent features like patio covers may still be allowed on private property, provided they comply with the applicable outdoor dining regulations and design guidelines. As shown on the screen, the image on the left illustrates an acceptable design using umbrellas, while the image on the right shows a permanent patio cover, which would not be permitted in the public areas. This slide shows some examples of the umbrellas on the top row and more permanent shade structures on the bottom row. The structures on the bottom row all are on private property. So with that, staff recommends that the council conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, adopt resolution 2026-044, establishing the outdoor licensing fee, and introduce ordinance 543 for its first reading. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, John. I'll open the public hearing and go first to disclosures. I have nothing to disclose. Deputy Mayor, I'll go all the way down the line.
I have nothing to disclose.
Yeah, as mentioned by staff, I was on the subcommittee for this item. I have nothing else to disclose.
I was also on the subcommittee for this item, but have nothing else to disclose.
Thank you.
I wish I was on the subcommittee, but I'm not. I have nothing to disclose.
Very good. Okay, any questions of staff? Councilmember Becker.
I was curious about the business liaison group that you presented this to. Is that the Solana Beach Chamber of Commerce, or is that a different group?
So we have a regular meeting of business liaisons. It does include the chamber and then business owners, representatives of the community that are interested and involved in our business community on a regular basis. Monthly?
Quarterly.
Quarterly. Oh, that's really great. And I'm glad that they were in agreement with this. So that was a huge thing. And just to be clear, we were not going to retroactively charge people so some of the restaurants have been open 6 years with patios. We're not going back to charge them.
Starting on January 1 of 2027.
Very fair in January. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Edson.
Yes, I actually wanted to thank Councilmember Becker for asking that question, because the business liaison committee is a group that's been in existence since long before I was on council, and of which I've been a liaison since I've been on council. And we see fewer and fewer business owners actually attending, and I don't know if that's because invitations don't go out to the entire business community, or the chamber doesn't share that it's open to any business members. But I think it would be wonderful if the chamber did share the
What
invitation.
time of day is it?
It's at 6 p.m. On a Monday, 5 p.m., sorry, on a Monday. That's why I'm late, right? No. It's at 5 p.m. on a Monday, quarterly. And remind me, is it January?
Yeah, it's usually the third Monday, I believe, of the,
No. We'll put an
yeah, you
announcement
can
in the newsletter
quarterly,
upcoming, and
January.
just to do an all call for businesses and persons in the business community to attend.
Okay, and this has been well received. You know, Councilmember Zito and I have been on this subcommittee for quite some time to get to this point, and we've worked hand in hand with the business community to make sure that it was something that was acceptable to everyone and beneficial to everyone. And as was pointed out in the staff report and by staff, and thank you very much for that report, something that balances the needs of visitors in our community as well as our business community.
Deputy Mayor?
So I was wondering, these are 3 businesses who have been using this. If there's a new business or an existing restaurant who's interested in doing this, there are procedures that would be established which would allow them to ask for a permit to do this?
Yes, they would just need to apply for a director's use permit application with the city and comply with the guidelines in the ordinance, and new businesses could apply.
Thank you.
So I have a question. What is a canopy? How is that defined?
At least in our sign ordinance, a canopy is defined as a like a shade structure that's attached to the facade of a building, which would be like an awning, basically.
Okay, so it is a permanent overhead structure then way. So I'm wondering if we could just remove the word canopy and just keep it to umbrellas. What have you guys, have you had that discussion? Because if you recall, there was a problem with, you know, the no visual that you had up there. And I can see that a canopy, if I'm thinking of, you know, like four supports and then some sort of a fabric over the top, nobody's going to take it down. It's going to be there kind of permanently. And I would prefer, you know, and I know they're not always as effective as an umbrella, which you can cant and capture, you know, shade that way. Whereas a canopy, there's many times of the year where it's not effective at all. And then what tends to happen is something has to be added to the side of it to make it effective. So what are you all think of just removing the word canopy and keeping it to umbrellas?
So my suggestion would be to better define canopy. If you could go back to the photos, or sorry, renderings that show, you know, the good and the bad. Do you see the striped portion?
Yeah, that's an awning.
That's a canopy.
It's an awning.
Okay, so maybe change the canopy to awning.
But then it's permanent, and aren't we saying that we want to? And it's not going to help.
It's
for
not a shade structure.
Yeah,
it's more decor. Like, I think, you know, and maybe there is some, but it could be dimensions as well that can extend beyond a certain, you know, beyond 2 feet. We don't want everything.
And there are other regulations in place within our municipal code that guide how those the awnings are permitted and what the dimensions are. So those are already guided in our regulations somewhere else. Now, do you want to go back to the next slide that had some of the examples from around the community? Are any of those, as you see here, considered canopies?
That orange one? Yeah. I would consider that a canopy, and that's a lot of, it could be.
And that example right there is actually on private property, so the change to the ordinance does not affect that design that has been installed by the Lana restaurant on 101. So we've really differentiated that if it's on a sidewalk or in a public parking lot or in a roadway, we wouldn't want something
like that. No, we wouldn't want something like that. In my opinion, I would think that we would just want to have an umbrella that could be put down, you know, or put up and then canted. And then the awnings are taken care of if they wanted that in another part of the code. So I would suggest that we remove the canopy language in this. Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, I think, you know, when we talked about it, the intent is in the public space, you would never have something like the lower left because that's got permanent structure into the public right of way, right? So
Well, there almost was.
What's that?
There almost was one.
I know, I understand that,
Yeah.
but that's why we asked about this, and I think that was the intent of that. And I, you know, realistically, given that I can't actually envision anything that would make sense, as long as the shade structures off of the building are covered in other parts of the code and people are clear that they could take advantage of that, I'm fine removing canopy myself and just leave it as umbrellas. Or, you know, I don't know if we want to just be able to reference the fact that if it's possible to attach something to the side of the building as per our existing ordinance, they can do that. I don't know if we need to reference that. I did actually have one other comment just based upon what we're seeing as well, because on the I believe in the ordinance around in the regulations that we created around the actual patio itself, we said there couldn't be any signs or perhaps potentially, and this is the part that's already done, or advertising on that fence that's created around there. And I'm wondering if we should do the same thing for umbrellas.
Oh yeah, probably a good idea.
No signs or advertising on the umbrellas.
Ginzano, is that what that one's?
Yeah, I think that's a
But
Pepsi.
I don't know if
Yeah,
that's something that we can add, or if we would have to come back if we decided to add something like that.
Could that just be an edit? Or?
This is an opportunity to make all the changes you want to the
Right.
ordinance. It's our introduction. So
Okay.
if the council is so inclined, there will be changes. And I believe they just put a slide up on that one.
So the slide that John just put on the screen is what's currently allowed in the outdoor dining ordinance. So there you would be allowed to put your name or, I guess, logo of your establishment on the umbrellas or an awning, and then you're allowed to have a movable board in your outdoor dining area. But then every other sign would be regulated by the sign ordinance. So if you want to, I guess, remove the ability to put
Okay, thanks for putting that up. I hadn't realized that
a
that was
logo.
That's
Go.
existing language now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe what we're seeing in one of the photos is not in compliance presently with the current ordinance.
Correct. Because I
Okay.
think it's
Okay.
limited just to like the name of your
Right,
restaurant.
correct. Then
right?
then fine. It sounds like we may have a non-compliance issue going on, and we can take that separately. So I'll withdraw that comment.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Edson?
Yes, I'm okay with removing the canopy language. But I wonder about, they have those canopies that are, and maybe those are awnings that are attached to the sides of buildings that reticulate out. Would that be considered a canopy? Would that be allowed?
So would we want that to be allowed? Because that's a lot of bulk to the side of a building and
Maybe
Well, they
unless
don't
others otherwise structurally permitted in the ordinance. Maybe there's something that we can add in, taking out canopy, but saying umbrellas only unless, and characterize what is permitted somewhere else in the ordinance for commercial businesses as they are attached or affixed.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, something that can be taken down every night kind of thing, right? Is what we're looking at, something that's not going to stay up permanently,
Right.
right? But those ones that retract,
Does anybody have, I don't think anybody has those.
I've seen them on houses, and I'm thinking I've seen them in restaurants and other locations, but I don't know that I've seen any in Solana Beach, only, more the permanent shade structure type canopies like we saw on the bottom.
Only seen them in Solana Beach on
Examples.
RVs.
On RVs.
RVs.
That's right.
Corey, did you?
I was just
something
going
to
to say, so if it was a movable canopy, I think that would mean that it would have to be attached to the structure, which would require the building permit. So I think that would be subject to just the building code and also the zoning ordinance. So I don't know that you need to specifically cite that in this section.
Very good,
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so have we closed the public hearing? I don't think we have. May I have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Zito.
So moved.
Thank you. And Councilmember Edson has seconded that. Please vote to close the public hearing. That vote is unanimous. Okay. I think we've discussed enough. Should we have a recommendation for adopting staff recommendation minus the word and canopy? Councilmember Zito.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-044 as outlined in the staff report with the addition of removing the allowance of a canopy.
Thank you. And Councilmember Edson, subcommittee member.
I would gladly second that motion.
Very
Thank you.
good. Thank you. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We're now on to our staff reports.
All right.
City manager.
Yes, so our first staff report tonight is an item. It is the city's implementation of Senate Bill 707 as of 2025. And this is specifically related to the city's disruption policy that is required to be adopted by cities before June 30th or before July 1, when other provisions of SB 707 that are applicable to the city of Solana Beach must be implemented, more specifically around remote participation and other access. So with that, I will turn it over to our city clerk, Angela Ivy, to go over the points of the disruption policy and some additional proposed changes to that are before you today.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor and City Council. Senate Bill 707, which you stated, and we refer to SB 707, was signed into law in October 2025, and it updated a multitude of little things, but the teleconferencing requirements were the major thing, and that's kind of what we're bringing to you tonight. That remote participation and observation has to be provided to now at every meeting. So that would change what we've been doing. We've done it during COVID, but now we will be returning to that at each meeting. And so by July 1st, one of the requirements was to adopt a technology disruption policy. And basically that's to kind of address any time we have the remote access going on if there is a interruption in service. So the technology disruption policy, you know, it has to do, of course, with the internet disruption that really does feed all of our types of remote services here. And let's see. And that an open session would have to be then paused for up to 1 hour so that all the technology people, maybe me, other people can work at trying to restore service. And so, you know, that might be done in 5 minutes, so we'll have no problem. But if we're having trouble, we have to do it, work on it for up to 1 hour. And then after that hour happens, then there's a decision that can be made by council and determine whether we should adjourn the meeting or continue the meeting, and that is the best course of action. The meeting procedures are things that we can still control, and well, I'll read the rest of the staff report a little bit, and then we'll hit the policy. Meeting procedures were things that we met on and discussed about what changes might be considered, and one thing was to maybe remove our speaking limits from from our ordinances, from the actual code, and moving them into a resolution so that we could more easily make changes as needed. And so finally, and then that was Ordinance 544 that we included here for council's consideration, and we were just asking that we adopt the disruption policy. It's called the Technology Disruption During Public Meetings Policy. Also that you consider the introduction of Ordinance 544 to amend the code refining our speaker limits, and then also consider the resolution 2026-056 to incorporate the council meeting speaker times and provide those details of speaker allotment times. The policy, we had to kind of follow certain criteria that was outlined in the code. And one thing to make sure that everybody's just aware of is that they have a few definitions, and one is remote access services. And that means two things. You could just do phone only, and that would be for agencies that really don't have the infrastructure to do more. We have been able to do the two-way telephonic audio-visual platform. And so when you go and decide you're going to have the Zoom, which is what we would use, so that we could see people, they could see us, you also have to have the call-in or the phone access. So remote access is two things. It's sort of like the Zoom, but also a call-in number, because not everybody has access to that kind of platform. And then also, it just kind of details out some various things about how you will handle the disruption, which may include announcing the disruption, that the legislative body will pause in any discussion, and then, you know, we will begin efforts to restore service. The meeting shall remain in recess for, like I said, up to 1 hour, and then all the efforts to restore service are kind of outlined here. They could be troubleshooting, providing alternative call-in options, staff support and service providers may be contacted in addition to what we have currently available, and then maybe some backup equipment or platforms. And of course, out of this, we've continued, IT and ourselves have continued to work on some internal procedures of how that would happen. And then the other part, we did have to state that if service is not provided in this policy, about adjourning the meeting or continuing the meeting, and we would just have a little announcement type thing that we would decide to put out there. One additional topic that we had to include was record keeping, and we've outlined that here in the policy as well, that we would just record the nature and the time of the disruption, you know, who was maybe registered already for remote access to maybe speak, what restoration efforts were undertaken, and the time the meeting was recovered. And that's sort of the gist of the policy. The ordinance was an attachment as well, and basically everything that changed in the ordinance was really just the removal of the speaker time limits specifically. Hoping to remove them from the ordinance and now introduce them into a resolution. As you know, ordinance is a little more involved to make changes. And let's see, also just to make sure maybe a few lines were added here, or maybe they were added to make sure that they were consistent among, consent, oral communications, staff reports, public hearings. And that was that time limits will be designated by a city council resolution, and that additional time may be granted by a majority vote of the council, which was already in the code, but we just made sure that it was sort of consistent in different sections. And so again, just the time limits themselves were removed. Not really anything else was changed there. And then the resolution sort of now incorporated those particular time limits. And what we proposed was considering maybe we will just move to the 3-minute speaking time and not add the additional donation of time. One of the concerns and thoughts among staff was just that if we have remote speakers and we have in-person speakers and there's donation of time and they're not in the same place, which we can't really say you can only be in the same place because we have to give everybody the same rights, then there's going to be a lot of logistical issues there, making sure that we are given the right time. And as you know, we have to confirm that they're present, either on the phone or on Zoom or in-house. And so since council has the ability to make these changes and always decide, on this topic, we're going to give a different amount of time, by majority vote, you can decide that, and then we won't have sort of the issue of the donation. So that was the, excuse me, the area that was removed, but everything in that resolution says everybody's has 3 minutes, which has been our standard time limit. And then we did make sure and incorporate the applicant and appellants of a 15-minute allocation, which they've always had, and we would want to maintain that. And that's up for your review. And basically, at the very end, I think I had something about an order of how we might hear people in person and then people remotely, or whatever you desire. So let us know what you think. And
Thanks, Angela.
Yeah.
And maybe thank you, Angela, for going through that detail. So this, and I know Angela mentioned this is a change from the legislature to the Brown Act, so the way you conduct hearings, the way we run hearings in our city. Angela has a yeoman share of work that she does to put on every council meeting. We have a slim staff here, and as we move to restarting having access remote, it creates more staffing needs, more challenges. Tracking people that are remote makes, as Angela mentioned, that donation very difficult to ensure that we're being equal and providing the same accommodations to everyone. So before you, to recap, you have a council policy on the disruption. You'll have a ordinance amendment to pull information that was presently in the municipal code out of the municipal code, and then a resolution to put it into the resolution for authorization. And with that, I will turn it back over to the mayor and to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the presentation and thanks for all the work. I guess the one question I have is right now, we are looking at changing the way that we're doing consent, and I'm certainly aligned with that. But right now we have a policy. I'm just not sure how it's encoded that if a council member pulls something from consent, it goes to the end of the agenda. Is that just a unwritten policy? Is that written down somewhere? Where is that actually documented?
I've checked the code and it's not in the code.
Okay.
It just states that an individual or council can pull an item,
Right.
but it doesn't specify where. So it appears as though over time, and probably since I've been here, that has been the direction on the agenda. And so maybe council made that decision at the time, I'm not sure,
Okay.
but there's no restriction about how you want to hear them, these items, and
Great,
in what
thanks.
order.
That's the only question I have.
Okay.
Before only questions.
I have a question. So can we determine quickly if the disruption is on the caller's end?
Well, we're not responsible for their end.
Okay, good.
We're only responsible for our end.
Okay.
So, yeah, one of our networks go down, or, really it's just internet service, right? Because everything's dependent on that, I believe. maybe even Zito can tell us more, but the truth is, that's how I understand it. Don't have my IT people here, but that's how I understand it.
Yeah. However, if somebody claims that they have, I've unmuted and I'm sorry.
We're all doing this little cough thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Madam City Attorney, can you?
In this particular case, we have to do good faith efforts to actually make sure that they have the opportunity to participate. And that would require that we pause it for at least an hour to actually.
For on their end, we have to pause it?
We according to state law, we will have to give an opportunity to make sure that we can provide access, and we have to delay the proceedings for up to an hour.
So if it's on their end, why can't we go ahead with the rest of the meeting and then
Sometimes it could very well be, and that's why it's important. That's why it's important for us to have contact information so that we may assist them. It could very well be user error. And in this case, if we do have their contact information, there might be an effort for us to walk them through the technology issues they may have. At the same token, sometimes that might not work, but we're certainly required to do our best efforts according to state law.
Oh, geez.
And I'll just add that, we are trying to do a lot of pre-education prior to a meeting, anybody who's registering, providing them the information, as well as we've already updated on our webpage some of the troubleshooting that you may need.
Okay.
So we're really looking at all those little education pieces to make sure we've prepped people ahead of time. And also we should probably add in there, please contact us if you have additional questions prior to the meeting.
Yes. Okay. All right. Anything to add? Are you okay? Councilmember Edson?
Yes, I really wanted to thank you, Angela and Michael, for all of the effort that went into making this work, hopefully. Because we haven't done it yet, but we will be doing it.
This is starting July 1st, right?
Starting July 1st. So the staff report says that council must recess the open session for at least 1 hour, but then I'm hearing up to 1 hour.
The legal requirement is an hour. So.
And again, that just has to do with how long it takes you to recover the rest.
So
service.
once the problem is solved, if there is a problem, once you have a solution, we can move forward. We don't have to just go to the yoga room for an hour or something like that.
That is correct.
And it says you could adjourn to closed session in here somewhere. So what does that mean?
That's an option, but in this particular case, that's presuming that there's actually items that were noticed for closed session.
Yeah.
So while that's a viable option, it's really dependent on what's on our agenda. There could be an opportunity if we find that is some commonplace that we could place closed session, anywhere within the agenda, but at this point, that's not being recommended.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Deputy Mayor McDonald, sorry.
All right, so for the people who are waiting in line to speak, they are going to be closed out for an hour by one person who maybe lost their internet or
doesn't know how to unself-mute.
Yeah.
So I believe that they'll wonder what to do, right? And so we will have something in our education, I believe, of, number one, we need your contact information so that we can try to make contact with you once we're back online, or even email so that we can communicate with you.
Yeah, staff has been doing a lot of work to try to problem solve ourselves ahead of this, and Angela's mentioned a few, but we also are working with we'll create a form. So as you request access for the remote participation, you are requested, because you don't have to, give your name, your email, your phone number. So should you call in, we have an email account to contact you. If you are online, we have a phone number to contact you. But they will be fields in the form.
Which you can decide to fill out or not.
Information in there, and but we're doing our best to adjust to maybe one individual that may be having some challenges on their end.
Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, and Deputy Mayor already sort of just addressed this, but just to be totally clear, if we have 10 people online and the first one is having troubles, we can't move on until the first one's resolved, or we can take the other 9 speakers.
Correct. We cannot move on.
Okay.
Because that would eliminate the ability of that first individual to actually participate.
Even if we promised them that we'd come back to them?
Yes, because then they will not be able to hear what's going on, right? If they are having difficulty with technology on their end, proceeding with the meeting, taking the other 9 speakers, that means that person did not have the opportunity to participate.
Although knowing that until they had their chance to speak, we won't know if they were able to hear anyway, right? So,
Understood.
so I don't. That's something I think we need to explore a little bit more on. But of course, our ordinance will be the way it is. But it's just like we need to push back because clearly the other thing it alludes to, at least earlier, it was stated that we're primarily responsible for technology issues on our end, although, Johanna, you mentioned that we need to do our best effort. But again, if other people can participate and that one individual can't, it's usually a pretty clear indication of the issues on their end and not on our end. So I do think it would be helpful if we could at least continue along with the public speakers, because I can only envision a future where we have a contentious item and there's 100 people called in.
We're waiting around for another hour. I
How
know.
long that could
Can
be a
we? Do we
problem.
have the ability to do that? No.
State law requires us to provide up to an hour to try to resolve technological issues, regardless of whose side it is.
And so does the state legislature follow these rules?
No.
Oh, well, surprise. Okay. And then, of course, with the dawning of AI, we have no idea who that might be. Okay, this is going to be really fun. All right. Another thank you to the state tonight, right? I mean, I know the idea is to increase public participation, which I'm all for, but some of these things preclude us from actually including more public participation if we have to pause for an hour and inconvenience all of those people who are waiting. So we might have another begrudging motion in second here, right? And hopefully this can be, we can give feedback to the author of this bill, and there could be some amendments future as we progress into experiencing the consequences of this.
So there is a bill cleanup because similar to some of the things that our staff has pointed out, the burdens on staffing are, we presently, we operate a pretty slim group here. We don't have a lot of seats in addition to that. And we don't have a big council chambers. It is going to take adjusting staffing on a
We'll
weekly
need another
basis.
one city clerk can't do
Additional
this.
person to manage that. But there is a bill out there right now, and I'll look to our representatives, staff, that there is an opportunity, and we did meet with our lobbyists today to talk about some opportunities to adjust in that cleanup bill. Some of these challenges that small cities, large cities alike, but in particular our small city is facing.
Okay, all right, Councilmember Zito?
Yeah, I think you predicted correctly what'll happen. But regardless, I wanted to make a couple comments first too, because I think this bill is ultimately going to change. It's got a number of really terrible problems that are going to be very problematic for the government. And I'm not going to go through them here because I don't want to put them out into the world and I don't want them to happen. But just know that someone looks at this and it's going to create more problems than people can even begin to imagine, given where technology is headed in this world right now. So there will have to be changes. I would very much encourage us to stay engaged and to promote those changes and advocate for them. I will say personally, I find it very challenging to have to consider the idea of removing time donation, being someone who's taken advantage of that personally many times on the other side of the dais. But I understand, it's a very incredibly logistically challenging thing. And I would just ask us as a group, as time goes by, if this settles down, that we perhaps take a look at that again and see what it is and see if there's a way that we can get time donation back, because it's really important. We're a small town. We need to behave like a small town. And there's people out there that want to have their voice heard, but maybe aren't comfortable doing it themselves. And they just want to say, I'm giving my time to somebody else and be able to do it that way. And I'd certainly like to be able to facilitate that. So let's keep an eye on that. And the other comment I wanted to make was just that I do think that, I'm not going to be a stickler and say we have to put it in the resolution, but I do think that it would be, as part of this, and consent's all being done together, we just need to do our best effort to make sure it is all together. So if one of us decides to ask for a report on a consent item, that we just do it right then instead of pushing it to the end of the meeting.
I agree with that.
And I would hope that we would consider that as well as we're going through running these meetings. But I do think it's also important for the mayor to be able to manage the meeting, and so, because that's what they're there for. Sorry, City Manager.
Well, I was going to say, so we're updating some policies for this year. That's one of our main goals. My main goals as your city manager is to look at our council policies, our administrative policies. So we'll look to see if there's a council policy that can run go through the run of order for the council meetings, put that into a document, and we'll note this as well. Thank you.
All right.
And
Okay.
again, with that, I was just going to say, to finish that, I would go ahead and not happily, but begrudgingly make a motion once again for the second time tonight to adopt staff recommendation, which includes ordinance 544 and adopt resolution 26056 as outlined in the staff report.
Very good. Councilmember Edson, is that a second?
Yeah, that's why I was on the board to make that motion, but that's a second,
Okay, very good. Press the second button and I'll call for the vote.
begrudgingly.
Okay, that passes 5-0. We're now on to our last item of the evening.
And our last item of the evening is an important item. It is the approval of a cost participation agreement for South Nardo Avenue improvements. So as the council knows, we have two significant housing projects that are moving forward in our city on Nardo in very close proximity to one another. They have installed a lot of amenities and improvements on our roadway, but each of them are conditioned differently, separately on roadway paving and repair at the end of the project. It's very typical. And they are in a slightly different timeline. So you may have somebody coming in and doing some repaving to address the wear and tear much sooner, while another project's continuing to do work. So I'm going to introduce to you tonight, I think you've met him before, Austin Frisbee, our city engineer. He's going to present this item and share with you the work that he has done with both Shea Holmes and H.G. Fenton, who are also here in attendance tonight, to coordinate an effort to bring together a cost sharing or participation program that satisfies the conditions of those projects and helps the city to move forward with addressing those roadway conditions. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Austin to present this item.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. My name is Austin Frisbee, City Engineer, presenting the cost participation agreement for the South Nardo Ave improvements. As the City Manager alluded to, the Ocean Ranch development being constructed by Shea Holmes and the Riva Solana Highlands development being constructed by H.G. Fenton are both nearing the end of construction, and both are seeking their associated certificates of occupancy. In order to reach that satisfaction, they need to complete the conditions of approval that were outlined in the associated resolutions 2022-135 and 2022-006 respectively. As construction has continued along both these corridors, we have seen advanced pavement degradation associated with the average daily traffic coupled with the construction vehicle traffic. The segment that we're looking at extends from Lirio to Stevens along South Nardo Avenue. This work will be from Bell Ranch Road. When the city did their last pavement management program, Bell Ranch was not a road, and now that has since been constructed. And we will be conducting this from Bell Ranch Road to Stevens along South Nardo. As part of the 2021 pavement management program, the pavement condition index of South Nardo Ave resulted in a score of 57.3, which falls within the good category, but still requiring revitalization or rehabilitation of the road through a mill and overlay process. These resolutions would seek to enter into cost participation agreements with both respective developers to apply fair share estimates for their portions of the improvements in the city right-of-way associated with the mill and overlay. As exhibited in the next slide, this currently shows in red the limits of the Ocean Ranch development as conditioned. The limits in a light green are the limits associated with the Riva Solana Highlands conditions of approval, and the blue is what the city would seek to finish as part of the next paving cycle. As the city manager alluded to, having a contractor conduct these in 3 separate phases could result in a lot of disturbances to the general public, uneven surfaces, potential warranty issues down the road of who paved what, how we tie into those surfaces. So staff has worked with both developers to reach an agreeable fee structure in line with present day costs, open book estimates, and then prevailing wage factors accommodating those to reach what we believe is a fair open market value for those improvements, and seek for the city to receive those funds and then construct this pavement section with the next roadway project that would be brought to you guys in a separate meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Austin. Any questions? Councilmember Becker?
Yes, so on the differing timelines, I'm assuming we're being pushed back from having the segments done right now. How much delay are we going to see for that street? And I guess I'm asking is how close the Riva project is to.
So both are very close to being completed. The Riva project, I believe, is slated for a end of August completion for full occupancy, and Ocean Ranch is going through development and certificate of occupancy for each lot. Those should be done within the coming months. So right now it's phased such that we would do the paving project Q3 or Q4 of this year.
Okay, very good. And then I'm just curious if you took a look at Fresca Street or Nardito Street, because what happened and is still happening is that all of the workers are parking on those side streets. And so I imagine they're taking a lot of wear and tear. I'm just curious if you had a chance to take a look at those. And
we can certainly evaluate them. One of the items that will be coming to council in a future item is the pavement management program update, and that will be a full evaluation of the city's pavement condition.
Okay.
We can then look at Nardito and Fresca and determine if those streets need improvements based on the PCI they received.
They had a lot. They've suffered a lot of traffic, and so that would be great to include them in that. And I had one other thing, and I can't remember, but I'll remember in a minute.
Councilmember Edson.
Yes. So, Austin, similarly, I would like you to evaluate Solana Circle, both east and west, because not only have we had workmen parking there for a year or more, but large trucks which have offloaded bobcats, and then the trucks in their big long trailers sit there, and then they reload those bobcats and they drive on Solana Circle all the way down to Via de la Valle, which is not the approved route of traffic, if I recall from the project. And I know that the developers have both been notified that that's not approved, but they continue to do it. So there's been a lot of wear and tear with those large trucks and trailers with heavy equipment moving on Solana Circle, permitted or not.
Understood. Yeah,
Yeah.
and we could.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Edson, when was the last time maybe you saw those
Today.
bobcats? Oh, today.
I actually sent you photos today.
Yeah. I think that that's something that we'll continue to follow up on. That is, we have talked to both developers and instructed them, and I'm disappointed that that is still continuing to happen. But as Austin noted, we will be looking at every street in the city on that pavement condition assessment, and that allows the city to give them sort of a grade of sorts, both numerical and a letter, I believe, both. You get both sides of that. And that will help us to forecast exactly how to go through that 5-year cycle of paving all the roadways in the city. I think there's another roadway, Stevens is another, that has taken a lot of wear and tear from both these projects. That will probably be a priority in the fall as well.
But the full cost of that will lie with the city.
Yes, for Stevens it will. Those none of the projects were conditioned for significant paving along that roadway.
Okay, all right.
And the surrounding streets, I'm sorry, through the
go
mayor,
ahead.
and the surrounding streets, would those also be at city expense?
Yes, all streets from this point forward will be at city's expense beyond what is shown here. That was conditioned. The green and the red were conditioned for the 2 projects.
Even though the contractors have violated the, being, for example, with those large vehicles on certain streets?
Those projects were not conditioned to allow for the parking, and nor were they conditioned to pave, and we are unable to address those through these permits.
All right,
But we
thank
will
you.
follow up on them.
Lesson learned for any future large
Absolutely.
project, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Who knew?
Yeah, all right, okay. We have no speakers on this item, I'm gathering. Okay. At this point, I see nobody else on the board, but I would like a motion, please, to approve staff recommendation. Motion by Councilmember Becker. Very good. And a second by Councilmember Edson. Please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. We're grateful for the money that we are getting for this pavement, so thank you. Okay, that's it for the agenda. Any work plan comments? Any compensation or reimbursement disclosures? Any council commission or board of directors reports? Deputy Mayor.
As a member of the School Relations Committee and a former president of the Solana Beach School Board, I attended, along with our city manager, the 100th anniversary of the founding of our school district today, which was lovely and exciting. And I got to see a lot of old friends that I haven't seen in a while. And our schools now have a band, which I was amazed at because my sons learned how to play instruments sort of after school at the Solana Beach schools, and I'm very impressed that the music program is now funded well enough that they can have a band of students.
That's good. Good news. Okay. Anybody else? Are you pushing your button? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly state that we had a LAFCO meeting on Monday, and we decided to put a pause on our municipal service review of the County Water Authority, which also means we're going to pause the Metropolitan Water District MSR as well. It was kind of a big decision and a big deal. A lot of work went into it, but there's a recognition that there's new leadership and it's kind of in transition right now. So we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, and they're doing very positive things. A lot needs to be done, but we're hopeful, and we'll revisit in 3 to 5 years.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Edson.
Yes, I just wanted everyone to know that there's an absolute work window, an unplanned one, that is scheduled for, I believe, the weekend of the 25th of
I'm sorry, I
May.
didn't hear what you were announcing. I was
Absolute work window
Oh,
on the Los Angeles corridor.
the Memorial Day weekend?
I need to like verify the date. I've been
Okay.
trying to get it like in between things, and it was announced today. I saw it come across today, so I am not sure.
Okay.
But I would ask anybody who's planning to travel in the next 2 weekends on the Los Angeles corridor to go to either
Pacific
if they're
Surfliner?
Surfliner to Amtrak.com, or Pacific Surfliner, or to NCTD, go NCTD, and make sure that they can travel by train.
Yeah, and when you get that information, maybe we can put it in our weekly newsletter.
Absolutely. I'll
Okay, City
forward it to
Manager,
staff.
you have some legislative correspondence to report.
Yes, we have issued 3 letters in support of legislation, and I actually think Senator Blakespear's staff mentioned a couple of them, but the first is SB 1167, authored and sponsored by Senator Blakespear, and this is on the labeling of the e-mobility devices, so small motorcycles will be labeled as such. The next one is AB 2264, and this expands the authority of the agricultural associations to support housing. So I know that our neighbors next door are really looking at that closely. And lastly is SB 936, and again addresses the nitrous oxide tanks. So again, Senator Blakespear. So I wanted to put on the record that we have issued those 3 letters on behalf of the council.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing nobody else on the board, I'll adjourn the meeting until May 27th.
Great job.
Two since the street concert.